Well, good morning. Little later than I had hoped, but hey, we're still here, and I love it. We're back in the Queen of the Skies, the 747-200. We're about to grace the skies of Hong Kong to Fui. No, to Japan. Tokyo, to be exact. And hope you all enjoy the flight. We Clipper, what are we today? Clipper 22, I believe. Yeah, Clipper 22. So I hope you enjoy. Today's verse of the day is no different than yesterday's verse. It's such a great, simple verse that we all can follow. You don't have to be a Christian to think through this and say, hey, but I really hope you let Jesus do what Jesus does best, enter your heart, change you, and for the better. And oh, I look forward to that. But don't be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. Paul wrote this at a time when it was pretty rough to be anything when you're talking about Roman soldiers. But so, and some people would find it easy to turn and become evil. But if you want to, but to overcome evil, good, do good. Pretty simple, simplistic, maybe a little harder than it sounds, but yet maybe not. You see people shunning the poor, taking things from them. You could step in, give them your cloak, so there's a lot of things we can do. So don't overcome evil by evil, but overcome evil with good. All right, and let's get into this. Again, we are in Hong Kong. We are at Saitek, not the airport. And I could be wrong on dates here, but I think when we turned the millennia, went from the 1900s to 2000, year 2000, New Year's Eve, Saitek ceased, Shaplakok began. And boy, well, you can see just looking at the airport, many of the reasons. The sad thing is Saitek had to unfortunately cease. One, just an enormous amount of flights going on. Two, a single runway and nowhere to put a second runway. Oh, you could say, yeah, do that eminent domain. Try that in Hong Kong. It's not going to work well. Look what happened with Narita. If you want a good story, read up on why Kansai's in a harbor, not on land. One of many reasons, but a big one nonetheless. So, yeah, we bid a adieu when Saitek closed to some great approaches on that checkerboard. But we gained an airport that can handle and become the second largest cargo hub in the world. Yeah, I know some of you will say, oh, I think it's a different airport. No, it was FedEx in Memphis and then Hong Kong. Anchorage came in top 5, I think. I could be wrong. Might have been top 10, but still. It's a lot of cargo. And a lot of cargo to this day moves out here in the Far East. As do a lot of people. You will find a lot of wide-body flights out here. I don't know the proportion to narrow-body to wide-body, but see, suffice to say, if you're joining a VA and you just want to fly heavies, you might want to look out in the Far East. You might even look in the Middle East, Dubai and Bahrain. A lot of them there, too. So, Anyway, we're going to stop because, like I said, I got a later jump than I wanted to on this. And I was hoping to be almost ready to push back at this time. Yeah, no, you know how that goes with flying with Mike. So let's get up in the cockpit, pick up where we left off at after we do our normal pre-flight brief with you all. So y'all have a little bit. Now, one thing with this 747-200, let's take the numbers we're going to see from SimBrief, except for the passenger count, with a grain of salt. You'll see why, because this aircraft helps you out in more ways than you imagine. All right, so with that, let's get Sim Toolkit in here. And again, remember, take it with a grain of salt. We're flying for Pan Am Virtual today. And I hope y'all give us a try. We have real schedules taken from the old Pan Am from 1985 to 1960. And forgive me, I can't remember the exact year. And even some back, we're doing some testing on some interesting planes in X-Plane. To possibly include them in the fleet. Now, we're not strictly X-Plane, but I am. So if you ever want to learn about X-Plane, hey, head over to Flying with Mike. I am exclusively. However, over in the other sim, there is a 707. And there is one here, the 120 versus the 3-something over in Microsoft. And we include those. So we'd really love for you to join us. It's vamsys.io/register and it moved on me. Hang on. PAA, Papa Alpha Alpha. And I would be remiss. We do have an interesting sister airline with us. That would never be said back in the 80s and 90s and back yesteryears. TWA. And if anyone knows airline history, they know there isn't good blood between the two. But somehow we've tamed the two and they fly nicely together. Sometimes. But anyway, so yeah, if you're into TWA, we have that side. But I must caution you, it's not the TWA you're going to remember. They never had 737s. They were strictly 727, DC-9, MD-80, 75767, 747s, L-1011s. How do I know this off the top of my head? I live here in St. Louis where they were headquartered and watched them a lot. They also had jet streams for their express, ATRs. They had others, some Saabs and some other, but they were not located here in St. Louis. They were at other hubs, either LA or New York. All right, so anyway, with all of that said, we are flying for Pan Am Virtual, hence the Pan Am Virtual logo at the top. So, and please, I know there's a whole bunch of weather in Japan. For some weird reason, when the developers of Sim Toolkit made 1.3.6, it went away. Don't know why. Don't know when they're ever going to get around to putting a new update out. But yeah, we lost that feature. And it's always dark. We can't even lighten it up, even if we lighten up the maps. So, it's what we have to deal with. But it will still remain the unofficial scorekeeper for Flying with Mike. I think the landing reports are far better than anyone else out there. All right. currently approaches up here in Hong Kong, so we'll see if we can't pull this together and use them. We'll see. All right, so all of that long-windedness, let's get into it. 287 people, yes, we will load that. Zero cargo, no, there will be cargo. 63,140 pounds of payload, there'll be more. And the rest of those numbers will go up because of that. All right, however, the route NV NNV2 Charlie Victor, no, dang it, I didn't catch it in time. Darn it, darn it, darn it. We'll be going off a different departure. We'll be using 1-3. I believe the winds are such to make that conducive. And what we'll do is basically, and here I'm going to do it for those of you in Twitch, put it in the chat box. We're going to just use the new airport and find out the winds are variable. Oh, we could do a 3-1 departure. Ooh, no, we won't. We're going to go the right way. And heavy showers. Wow, scattered 400. Yeah. Couldn't tell that from Toolkit, could you? But 39,000 seems like a reasonable altitude to head up to. 40 or 0.85 on the cruise. Again, the weather will say none here because there's not even remnants of an airport there. There have been many thoughts of what would go in this spot. But one thing's for sure, there are no runways, no ramps, no terminals, or unless the terminals are being used to house people. Now, up in Narita, however, we do have weather, 360 at 16. So we got a nice north wind coming in, 5 degrees on the temperature, 41. And dew point's pretty close, so could get a little froggy up there. So we'll kind of pay attention. And currently, it's overcast 400. So we'll kind of pay attention to that because that right there starts opening up in Autoland. So, and other fun things that we've seen in the past weeks. Is it too late to change? No, to change the weather. Oh, well. But anyway, and I really don't like this approach we're seeing. The Ruta Sierra Echo to 3-4. Okay, we at least are on the right runway. So, yeah, they actually tried putting us on 3-4 right a couple days or a couple trips ago. Whew. That's a short runway, folks. Oh, software update. Let me explain this with Navigraph. Just saw an email. You all may be getting it here in the next few hours, days, months, weeks ahead about scratch pads. I'm sorry. I really do not see a need for stuff like this, considering I can just click ATIS and get what I want. Otherwise, guess what? We can't hear the ATISes for the most part. So, you know, hey, I know some of you out there, like, we need a scratch pad, man. Well, right on the chart. I mean, we've got that capability. So, yeah, I'm one that, that's kind of silliness to me, but I'm not the only one that uses it, so I have to defer. And yeah, someone thinks it's important, so whatever. I hate when they do that kind of stuff. It's just silliness that leads nowhere. How about we get talking with Nepal so we can get the charts back for Paro? Now that's something to think about. All right, so I'm just checking something out here. Got that update installed. Doesn't take long. And 3-4 left. I think that's the right runway. Yeah, 3-4 left, dumping us off in front of our terminals. Yeah, the other one was 8,000 feet long. Now, we can land on it, but boy, you got to be everything perfect for that. What's going on behind me there, doggy? uh, all right. So we are headed to Envar off this departure. We'll get into it here in a minute. So anyway, that's our weather report here. I don't think I've filed yet. Let me take a look. No, I have not. We'll go ahead, put it in, but we're not going to come online just yet because one, I got to adjust my departure time. And two, it's going to take a little bit to get us going. Okay, and there we go, flight plan filed. All right, I'm just catching up here real quick. There we go. All right, so let's get into this thing. Now, I have the flight engineer panel updated or checked out. Now we need to go to the overhead. I've already turned on the radio bus, so we're at least that much ahead of the game. Going down, flip that, turn that on. By the way, that's anti-skid on and body gear steering armed. Basically, the landing gear under the wings will pivot as we turn to help us around. Okay, let's go to align, align, and align. Couple of tests here coming down. We're set. Lights are set, coming down. Emergency lights armed. Okay, coming down. Ignitions are off. Compasses are both slaved. And finally, overheat test on the windshield, good. Indicator lights all look good on this one, in the middle, and on the lower panel. Back up top, lights are set. Okay, coming down, let's do a quick, you know what? I hope. All right, there we go. All right, hang on. I'm just getting a quick ILS frequency. All right, we'll do, okay, lights are set, panel, okay, up, left. Down, right, looks good. What is that? 115.5. Okay, up left looks good, down right looks good. Good. And we'll go 112.3. All right. Now we'll go back. Flight looks good. Off on the autopilot. Taking off 136. We'll go ahead, set that. Okay, 5,000's good. Off. Flight director over here is good. All right. Clear and clear. All right, test looks good. Okay, looking good. That'll be the only audible for that. Okay. Go ahead, set you to 9. Let's get you up to about 13 for now. Okay.
Pull up, glide slope, glide slope. Pull up, glide slope, glide slope.
Gear down, that's set. No audible. Okay, and good. Time set, all looks good going down. Sorry for coughing, folks. Warming up the CRTs. Okay. Spoilers down, flaps are up twice. Okay, and the fuel levers are in cutoff. Frequencies are set, and we're ready to push on to the next steps. All right, let's start loading the plane here real quick. How about we go back to the calculator? How about, whoa. Let's back this truck up a little bit. Quick align. Okay, so we're aligned. We'll leave it at that point for now. Let me just check that we're in nav, and nav. Okay, now let's get the plane loaded, and then we'll go from there. Okay, today's flight, I'm just pulling it up over here. Okay, so I've got 8 cars running. All right, so we first off said we're flying to Tokyo. That is a 1,779 mile flight. Flight level 390. All right, our average wind is 262 at 94. So if you think about it, we're going north and east towards Tokyo. So a 262 wind means it's out of the west, 94 knots. Whew, brutal. But in this case, it's actually advantageous to us. It's pushing us. So that'll help a little. Tailwind is 83. We'll set it at 80. Alternate distance. Bear with me here. We are going to RJSN. Never heard of this airport. Don't know anything to help us out with it. Hopefully it's suitable for us. It's SimBrief. You never know. 174 miles. So we'll put it at 200. I go with 10%, and today we got a 35-minute taxi. May not use all that fuel, but it's always nice to have just on the onset that maybe this is wrong. Never know. All right, so now we need our PAX count. Right now stands at 0. We said 287. So let's try 75%. Well, that's not bad. Click, click, and we're there. Pulled some off coach, and away we go. All right, cargo. Now, I'm going to run with a 50% preset. So that's about 6,000 so many pounds. I'll show it here in a second. So, but you need to make sure you see it up here. Otherwise, you do like I do a lot and accidentally click it here. And then that changes everything. So now let's see what we ended up with. We were blocking out, according to SimBrief, minus the 60,000 pounds of fuel, of cargo added, with 103,000 pounds of fuel. We're about 20,000 pounds more. Okay, that actually is not bad. Let's see what it would have been without cargo. 63, wait a minute. Fuel. 110, 103. So we're already 7,000 pounds heavier without it when you factor in everything SimBrief's telling us. Again, let's put 50%. Boy, I'm really, I'm looking to get things all screwed up here, and I got it right twice. Whoa. Okay. So now we have 119,500 pounds of fuel. Call it 600. And all right, just making sure y'all seeing what I'm seeing. All right, so let's look at the load sheet real quick and show you 63,140 pounds for people. That matches, actually. However, we added 60,000 pounds of cargo underneath. You would be shocked. Think about it. You know, other than China and the Koreas, everything else is an island. So you're either going by boat or by plane. And by boat will take a few days or weeks. By plane, few hours. So by truck in China, it could take days, because going from, say, Beijing to Hong Kong, that's a little trek over some pretty good mountains. It's going to take a little bit. So that's why air traffic is so critical. And in the 80s, air cargo was really ramping up. It was not unlike what you'd expect, that what's down below, because they can haul it at a higher rate, might pay for your plane, and the people are pure profit, especially with deregulation in the States coming to an end. So anyway, I digressed. All right, so let's start loading. This does not load your plane. Refuel. That'll put the fuel in. Click load data sheet. Now, you could wait for the 90,699 pounds to pump in. I instantly do it because that'll take a while. Then we go to payload. Click use data sheet, and that's where we load the cargo and the people. I'll do it this way because it takes the time we'll need to get the flight plan up and going. All right, and the nice thing here is when it's done loading cargo, it'll close the doors for you. One less step to worry about. Hang on. All right, sorry about that. I had, of course, blow the nose and then a coughing fit. But okay, welcome to the life. We all know what a cold's like. And that I did not mean to do across the airways. Sorry about that. Okay, let's get to work. Like I said, we've got some stuff still to do. Let's get down here, double check. Okay, we're on Xponder. TOD's good. Standby, paddle up 5. All right. So we are using the LTN 92 system that you can use on Felis. You have SIVA, LTN, and the default FMS. I'm glad whoever told me to give this a try. I actually like it. I will not do SIVA. SIVA is just no. Now, granted, they make things here. Felis has gone some extra steps here to help us out. Because here's the difference between SIVA and LTN. They're both, you got 3 boxes. They're both INS or INS slaved. So your INSs have to be aligned. But guess what? So does the FMC. Now, where do the two differ? SIVA is coordinate based, lat long coordinates. LTN is not. Well, it is, but it's also 5 character ICAO fixes, 3 or 4 character VOR NDB airport codes. So by all of those 2 standards, technically, now I don't know real world standards. You can ask over at Felis if the aircraft in the real world would be certified RNAV capable approaches. I would think so. The other big difference between the 2 systems, only 9 fixes could be put in SIVA. And then as you progressed, you would put in more below to keep the flight going. Not so with LTN. LTN allows 98 fixes, airport codes, or VOR NDBs. So you don't have to constantly babysit it like you do SIVA. The other big thing with LTN, well, that you need to know is you cannot enter a standard instrument departure name or standard terminal arrival name. What I'm talking about are SIDS and stars. You have to put them in fix by fix by fix. SIVA, you can't even do that. You have to put them in by lat long, north-south. If you don't have lat long, that's why you can't fly RNAV. You'll end up switching to a more conventional or vectored approach. So that is why I think the LTN could be in the real world certified as RNAV capable. Not saying RNIP, because both SIVA and LTN do not have vertical navigation capability. That is the two jokers left and right here, captain and first officer, and even the guy in the back, flight engineer. You control the altitude, the speeds, whereas the next generation was FMCs, and there's where vertical navigation came in. Laterally, you're controlled. Vertically, no. All right, enough said. Let's get to the next step, and that is programming it. Now, programming it is fix by fix by fix by fix. SIVA or LTN. SIVA, the only good thing is it's 9 fixes, you're done. LTN, I said 98, so you could literally put your whole flight plan in. Now, here's where Felis and his team came up with a, thank God, better way to do things. And I know it works with SIVA as well. People have told me. You go back to the little home, INS, open flight plan. The only caveat I'm going to say here, be careful. We did this once, and lo and behold, we had 2 flights out of Tokyo. I selected the wrong one to get to Beijing because I didn't look at the final 4 in the flight plan. So like here, FFO to KPHL. Yeah, I didn't look. So let's just click next, and I need to go through here and clear this out. I know. All right, now we are in, and we're in that same situation. We're in VHHX. There's 2. We went to Singapore. Now we're going to Tokyo. So let's select this one. And if we see that we've got 3 pages, at least close to 30 fixes, well under the 90, but you get an idea. Now, one lovely thing Felis's team gave us is we can either start waypoint 0 or at start. Let's try 0 this time. I'm going to head over here, see what it did. Waypoint. Huh, didn't load it. Okay, let's go back. There they are. Now, you notice VHHX number 1. Oh, by the way, yeah, they're here and here. And you can filter them over to the other 2 very easily. We'll do that here in a minute. All right, so we're VHHX. All right, we can do one of 2 things. First off, let me explain one thing on here. This P, 0, that is current position. So let's say we're out halfway between here and Tokyo. And that P is that location. Oh, that mute didn't work. Okay, that mute didn't work, and sorry if the cough came through. That was bad. That P would be wherever you currently are. All right, so keep that in mind. All right, now I'm going to bring up, well, you're unfortunately, hang on, got to figure out, we're doing the, okay, hang on, I am a little confused. Does not take much to confuse me, so hang on. Okay, great. Oh, that's a star. That's why. That's why I was confused. There we go. Nvar. No, we're doing the 1-3. So we're going to be ENV1 alpha. All right, hang on. That means I need to change something. Stand by. Oh, okay. That works. Okay. Um, so we are doing the NVAR, Whiskey Keylog NVAR. All right, well, we're going to give it a try. Let's clear. Let's not. Oh, we are. Well, dang it. I did not want to clear that. There we go. All right, now let's try this. I don't know if this one will enter whiskey. Whiskey Y. Nope. Kilog. Okay, this will work. Okay, Ki. Whoop. Clear. Be mindful they're on top the letters. And then I think we're out to NVAR after that one. Yeah, out to NVAR. Okay, well, clear. All right, now we only added one. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to put it in. Um, instead of going through the procedure. Believe me, we'll get a chance. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, waypoint. Okay, and that puts them in. Our flight plan's loaded. We're ready to go on that end. How about that? Let's see how we're doing over here. Go back to our loadout. Hey, we got all the people currently on board. How about that? Let's get up here, fire up the EPU. And what we're doing is watching these three gauges. When we're at 100% and the EGR settles down, EGT, we're stable, ready to go. Close, close, on, bleed. Okay, packs. Okay, and everything else looks good. Believe it or not, I'm not used to it being this quick. Now, the other thing you can do here, go back, is look for your nearest DMEs. Because that becomes a factor as you start flying. You got to keep your INS updated en route. So we're using VORs for that. Now, in this case, we could just go GPS and not worry about it. I am going to actually do it right. So, how do we do that? Well, first, let me get over here. Okay, we're going to click Status. We're aligned. And we're going to click the arrows till we see Change UDT mode, Uniform Delta Tango mode. Right there. Click Enter. I'm sorry, click EXP. We want to enable. And we want to disable GPS. Enable Trimix. And inhibit VOR. Wait a minute. So we want these to read that as well. Okay, then we're going to come over to this one. We have to do it on all three of them. Now, we'll get down here to the flight engineers. Status. Okay, so we'll... All right, go back to waypoints on each of those. They're set up. Oh, they're not picking up. Why? So we must not be able to pull those in just yet. Let's see. Do we have the right frequencies? 12.3, they're 7 and 11 miles out. We may need to get airborne to pick them up. Okay, no big deal. All right, and that's it, folks. And then you can use your maps. Well, hang on. Let me go back, put the route in. Just it'll be close. All right. But if you come up here to settings, you can turn on VORs. It'll help from here as well. Oop, that was not what I wanted to click. And for you to find VORs that you're capable of picking up, like right there, 15.5, 16.10. Okay. Now, big thing here is I'm going to go back, hit checklists here, start, except we're not going to go through it. We're going to get going. We've been on the ground an hour. Yeah, we got 15.5. I'm shocked it's not pulling it in yet. All right. What I am going to do, though, is look. Okay, we've done seatbelts.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
All right. Nice little announcements. The big thing, though, for you all new to Felis, if you come down here, we're going to use, well, yeah, you have to do it here. Turn up VHF2. Why? Because if you're missing hearing them or the pings they get, they're going to yell at you on 121.5. That's turned down, you won't hear them. That's right. You can turn things down. Turn them up, turn them down. So if somebody's obnoxious to you, just turn them down. You don't need to get all feisty on the radio. Or turn down the level in your ear. So had that a few trips now of late where people get a little feisty that they're loud. Okay, okay, everything's looking good. All right, this is the one that will catch you. And sometime, now, if you're new to the plane, run these. Click start and walk through them. Get to know where these switches are and what, to do. So just to let you know, I'm going to go up here and check, over to here, check a couple things. Put that in auto. All right, we need to get our altitude set up here. Okay, we're looking at 1018. And just so you know, I always do go over and look. 30, okay, what was it? 3006? Okay, and then I come back. Okay, 1018 set all around. Okay. Now let's get back to it. Okay, I like the setup here. Okay. Bleed controls are not on, are they? No. Okay, we're ready for pushback in a few. Cargo doors should be closed. We're closing these up. I want to make sure we're on. Because when I do this, we're off
disconnected.
We're off external power. Okay, and we'll do a quick cursory look around the plane. Doors are closed. We're ready to go. Flight director's on. See if anyone's around. Awful wet. All right, let's get to work, shall we?
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Cabin crew, arm slides.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
All doors are closed and armed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your chief flight attendant, and on behalf of our captain and the entire crew, I wish you welcome on board. Please take your seats and fasten your seatbelt. Also make sure that your tray table has been stowed away and the back of your seat is in the upright position. We request your full attention as
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
the features of this aircraft. When the seatbelt sign illuminates,
Straps removed.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Please read the instructions on the safety on board card. You will find it in the seat pocket in front of you. If you do not wish to perform the functions described
Kaitak
in the
traffic,
emergency,
Clipper
please
22
also
pushing
slide
back.
132.
Stand 5 for runway 13.
Parking brake released.
Please take a moment
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
to remind you. If we need to evacuate the aircraft, floor-level lighting will guide you towards the exit. Doors can be opened by moving the handle in the direction of the arrow. Each door is equipped with an inflatable slide
Okay,
which may
let's
also be used as a raft. In the event of a decompression, oxygen mask will appear
Ready to start the
automatically
engines.
in front of you. To start the
Ready for
flight,
engine start.
pull the mask towards you.
Starting engine 3.
Nose and mouth,
Start valve open.
the headband and breathe normally. Although the bag does not inflate, oxygen is flowing to the mask. If you are traveling with children or someone who requires assistance, please secure your own mask first.
20% and 2.
Others. Keep your mask on until a crew member advises you to remove it. In the event of an emergency,
Fuel on.
please assume the brace position.
Light up.
Lean forward with your hands on top of your head and your elbows against your thighs. Ensure your feet are firmly placed. A life vest is located under your seat or between the armrests. When instructed, open the plastic bag
Starter
and
off.
remove the vest. Slip your head through the opening, fasten the strap around your back and attach it in front. We are at the
Engine
door.
stabilized.
Inflate your life vest by pulling the red tag.
Starting engine 4.
Can be added by
Starter valve open.
to the tube, using the whistle and lights to attract attention. All electronic devices must be set in airplane mode during flight until further notice upon arrival. Please let me remind you that
20% and 2.
flight.
Fuel on.
Use of electronic cigarettes
Light up.
entering with smoke detectors located in the left street is prohibited by law. You will find this and all the other safety procedures in the safety on board card, located in the seat pocket in front of you. We advise you to read the card before takeoff. If you have any
Starter
questions,
off.
please don't hesitate to ask one of our crew members. We wish you all a pleasant flight.
Engine stabilized.
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open. %, and 2.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
Fuel on. Parking brake set. Light up.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open. %, and 2.
Fuel on. Light
Tow
up.
is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
All right. Thanks for the free pushback. Better Pushback is a free utility.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
All right, y'all ready to go? All right, now we'll head over here.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine anti-ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. Check. Pack valves. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
Oh, I forgot to do one thing. Hang on. Bear with me 1 second here. Uh, 10,900 foot. Airport. All right, we'll put her at sea level. Runway 13. Okay, so we're looking at V1, 119, 138, 150. Okay.
Flaps 20.
All right, let's do it.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 20.
Flaps 20.
Takeoff data. EPR and airspeed bugs. Stabilizer trim.
Damn. Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
Saitek traffic, Clipper 22 taxi to 13 for takeoff.
Parking brake released.
Cabin ready.
Cabin crew, take your seats.
Saitek traffic, Clipper 22 departing 13. This is just an amazing scenery. It is no need to download any, and this is what I wish more developers would do. Everything you see here is X-Plane 12. You don't have to download Mr. X and all of that. You just load it and go. Hang on a second. All right, let's get this bird ready to roll. EPR. All right, here we go. Flaps set, lights set.
Stabilized. Thrust set.
80 knots.
There's 100. Hands are off the throttle.
V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Gears up. Flaps 10. Flaps 1. Flaps up.
All right, we are airborne, and sorry for being so quiet there. I think I got everything squared away. No, I don't. Missed one step. Notice what's not here, altitude select, so we're going to put it up there. And if we had an intermediate, we would now make it. Otherwise, you keep climbing. And we're getting our updates. And we're on our way. Now, you really don't have to put them in INS. Hang on a second. 10,000 means... Now we'll get our lights. All right, we're on our way. Now we can do the after takeoff check.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever.
Off.
Landing and logo lights.
Off.
Ignition.
Check.
Seat belts and no smoking sign.
Check.
Pack valves. Open. Fuel heat. Let's see. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
There you have it. We are on our way. We got about 4 hours, 42 minutes at 11,500 feet. We get up closer to our cruise altitude, that number will be down significantly. So we'll kind of watch it as we climb. We're getting close to our cruise climb speed of 310. I know some of you go, you're allowed to climb faster than that. Actually, not without permission. Just because you got a big airplane doesn't just automatically. You can keep flaps out. It's just a nuisance for you because you have to stay awake longer. Trust me, been there, done that. That's why I can be such a smart butt sometimes. Okay, we are in an IAS climb, and we're going through the next layer of cloudiness on our way up to flight level 380. Now, the departure, hang on a second, would have limited us at Lima, which was the VOR, right? To 7,000 or lower, and then below 14 at Kellogg. Well, we're above that already, but without ATC, I'm not too overly concerned. As we make Kellogg. So some things to be mindful of flying with this great scenery. And if you want to get your paws on it, folks, it is phenomenal. There's a couple of things in it that just blow your mind away. One, you can fly the checkerboard on the frequencies. Not like before where we had to kind of guesstimate where fixes were and all because we didn't have true coordinates yet. Well, we can now. Two, and I lost my whole train of thought. May getting old be better to you than it has been for me. Oh, it's completely X-Plane SDK. There's nothing to add. For instance, here is a classic example that kind of really torqued me off. Y'all probably heard this. Newark. Great scenery. Nut Dreswicki, thank you so much for it, is great. My only problem is you have to have Open SAM for it. For many, I saw another Saitek scenery, but you had to have these things. And what really got me with Newark, you had to pay for it. That part kind of rubs me wrong. But freeware, I get it. You can get away with that because we shouldn't have to put all that. You should. I get it. You guys can go that route, be that way. Hey, it's your scenery. Do with it as you please. But to me, using the stuff that's already in X-Plane 12, the scenery objects, we've been seeing the list. I'm sorry, they're like a neighborhood's armload worth of scenery objects. You pick a neighborhood, a subdivision, and all. I'm here to tell you, there are a ton of things. That's what's used there. So all you have to do is follow directions, and you'll be amazed. I didn't, and then, hold on, I looked in the wrong place for the checkerboard. Don't know how I could miss it, but I did. So my hat's off to the group or the guy that did Saitek. What a phenomenal job, including the IGS in it, including frequencies, including it's things I used to do in FSX with Scruffy Duck that the only problem what I could do back then, you couldn't update the actual simulator frequencies. Even though you did them in the ILS and all of that, you couldn't hear. Compliments of what Navigraph is like today, you can. And that you saw how great that scenery is. There is no add-on scenery files to that other than what you download. And just a great scenery. I hope you all have fun. Hey, that's what it's all about in the sim. We can have so much fun and not hurt anything. We could fly a Cessna 172 on the checkerboard if we wanted. Hope there's nobody bigger behind you, but you could. Or you could take the A380, which never saw it, and enjoy. So it is just outstanding scenery. And I haven't seen it come up lately, so you know what? If you're on Twitch, you're getting a chance to see it. The link one more time. If you're in YouTube, no worries. Look in the more section, the comments, or not the comments, the more description, and I have a link in there for you. But we're on our way. All right, that gives you a better idea of what we're flying out of, and headed up to Tokyo. Yeah, it's an icky day. It's a good day to play on the IGS. And, oh, I forgot to mention, there's a document folder. Read through them all, but there are charts for the airport. Believe me, you're not going to get them in Navigraph. All right. So we have now got through, we are now climbing through flight level 250. And I believe, let's find out. We're 3 hours out. We've lost an hour in just shy of what, 5 minutes? And as long as these green lights are lit, you are updating your coordinates. You're keeping the INS up to date. If you don't, and it happens, folks, where you can't, like the North Atlantic, like the Pacific, going from Tokyo to wherever, there are going to be parts. You just can't catch a VOR or anything out there. In those cases, you just let it go. You just hope you've gotten it as far as it could go, updating, and then you have VORs set up so that as you come into range, they'll start helping to get you updated. You could actually watch it deviate on your course a little, but the problem when you cross larger bodies like that, the aircraft may look more straight line as it's headed to a coordinate, but as it updates, it will get back onto the right track. All right, we are IFR in Narita at this moment as we fly. Oh, you know what I could do? Come down here, put it into climb. The next big thing we'll be doing with the aircraft is as our Mach right here reaches 0.85, we're going to come over here and set to Mach climb. And then once we get closer to flight level 380, we're going to actually set the frats to cruise and Mach hold. Currently, the pitch is holding the airspeed. When we click either speed or Mach on there, and let me show you what I mean. in this gauge right here, we set, well, you can do this way or another way. We'll set cruise and then we'll set Mach, and then it'll hold it by thrust. What's the other way, you ask? Come up here, EPR, Mach speed. We'll be in Mach for most of the flight. Once we come down to around 290, 300 in our descent, I'll set speed. At the same time, if I sometimes forget, the reserve tanks open up on the fuel panel. These yellow knobs. Okay, and our next is descent, so let's head over here. Click here, find our little airplane. So you can see a lot of VORs over here in Thailand that we can pick and choose from. And we'll do that. All right, there you go. At Envar, we begin a northeast, turn to the northeast, and then I might try and start picking up one. Okay, we're in range. We're 182 miles out. We're just not getting a solid signal enough yet. So I'm going to go back to 15.5. Run it out as far as we can. Because there may come a point where we aren't going to be able to pick these guys up. The other one is 113.3, so we'll wait till we cross Envar. Welcome aboard. Enjoy Clipper 22 to Navigraph. Yep, and we just dropped out of range. And we're using Shantou to the north right now. And it's okay to use the same one. it's preferred, we try to keep them separate, but, you know. Actually, is that 110.6 behind it? Let's try it. Okay, a little different. Granted, they're pretty much the same, but I like to try to triangulate better. But we'll do what we have to do right now. All right, crossing Envar. There we go. All right, now we have something in Taiwan locked on and got a little ways to picking on it. After that, I am going to look upstream. To HLG. Okay, now if you look up here on the speed, I told you the next major thing is our speed. We're at Mach 0.83 right now. So we're getting kind of close. Okay, we're bouncing around here. 845 to 85, and we'll set this here in a minute. I'll be back to that in a second. Okay, and we're 800 feet a minute. I'm going to lessen that to 500. Get us to build our speed back up. All right, I hope you all have enjoyed this so far. We are in the midst of a climb. Still got about 1,800 to go to flight level 390. I'll be honest, I don't know if this plane actually ever cruised that high. I mean, it's capable, but I don't know if it actually did. So, and I could just be looking at a big tub going, I don't think it would be able to go that high. But, and probably with not, well, I'd say with the weight we have, but this isn't super long hauled flying here where we're cranking out more, there's more fuel than people in, weight-wise. See what happens when we level off. Okay, now again, if we did not have altitude selected, we'd blow through that altitude. Same thing when you're coming down. Always make sure altitude select is on. We've gotten within 1,000 feet of the ground on approaches because we thought it was on and didn't physically look, thinking it was on, and it somehow with the ILS triggered off, and thankfully we picked up on it and we got back on approach and made it. But it was quite ugly, much like Charlotte was, and the kind of weather conditions awaiting us at Narita. Okay, now altitude select went green. That means it's now going to be holding 39,000, which is whatever is set in the window. That's what it's going to stop at. And then we should accelerate. Now we're going to use the little flight sim cheater. Allow the plane to accelerate. It may do so slowly. As you can see, it's coming up. It's going to take a little. This girl's heavy. Even though we're not fully loaded with fuel. She's got a lot in her.
of the fasten seatbelt sign. However, we recommend to keep your seatbelt fastened while in your seat. In a few moments, the cabin crew will be passing through the cabin with hot or cold drinks, as well as a light meal. Alcoholic drinks are also available at a nominal charge. Sit back and relax and enjoy the flight.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that lengthy time away. Just trying to get the dog outside. He kind of showed his one of his legs hurting. Hang on a second. So I got him a couple of treats. So, yeah, really, well, we're in the middle of an ad break, so hang on. Ah. All right, we've cleared, so hang on. There we go. All right, it just takes a little bit of trying to figure out where we are, where islands are, and what we can pull in. Get up here to Mulka or Mamad, and we might be able to pull in KXC. As we now head out over the Pacific Ocean towards Tokyo. All right, yeah, poor pup is right. I don't know. He seemed to favor it, but then when I would come out to look at it, he'd go away. And it didn't look like he was favoring it. I think he knows how to trick us, because he got 2 treats. And he knew the word treats because his ears went whoop. Anyway, so hopefully he's okay. All right, we're set for KXC, so as we drift in closer to it, hopefully we'll get a good update on it. Anyway, that's the name of the game. When you feel you think you're within that 160-ish mile out and you think it's strong enough, and that's usually the tricky part. Is it strong or whatever Felis calls it, to pick up and use for updating? It'll only show updating. It'll only be updating your INS coordinates when the green light is on. So I'm hoping that by the time we get to Mulka or Mamad, Oh, Moloch, Moltka. So I don't know what I said. Anyway. We should get an update here, hopefully off of it. All right, now we're getting it. Okay. Problem is, after that one, Okinawa doesn't seem to want to work. Well, they could, but they are gonna. Oh, we're just right on the fringe. Let's look north. And I'm not seeing anything to the north. So we may end up in a little dead zone. All right, but that's what it is like to fly INS systems, where you got to keep them up to date. Bad Attitude chimed in saying he departed Lilu. Are we headed to the mainland, or are we headed to Honolulu, or the other islands within the chain? All right, we are close enough. I am going to go ahead and start updating waypoints. All right, hang on a second here. Let me pull up. Hang on. There's just a slight echo and it's driving me nuts. I was trying to hone in on the way things are sounding. Okay, Rutus E. All right, let's take a look at it here. All right, we are... flying this elongated weird arc-like deal. It is weird. I don't get it. Why? It makes no sense. Do we have ATC? That's... You know what? I think we're going to fly it to Venus and then on to Tyler. Okay, so yes, I know I'm supposed to go way up here to Yummel, come down that way. Let's just cut it off here at Tyler. Let's see what we got. All right, let's enter Venus. Venus. I got a 35 and a 41. I kind of like that one. Let's go ahead, go with it. And then a Tyler. Okay, and then we'll go ahead, put GIINA. Gina, NA, November Alpha, enter. And Cosmo, what the heck? Okay, so we put, what, 3 fixes in? 4 fixes? Cosmo, Gina, Tyler, and Venus. These guys do not have it. All right, so we need to copy it over to them. To do this, we click the remote button. Now, this is where the fixes are, so we'll go with that as our master. Click remote, and these will be the slaves. Enter. Remote. Slave. Okay, now if we come back, enter. System B, which is our first officer, System C, which is the one below for the flight engineer. They're ready. All we got to do to transmit, click enter. And it will transfer 30 some odd fixes. There's only 3 new ones, but all fixes go over. and it will tell you when it's complete. And then we can go through and actually see them in the other CDUs. Control data units. It's almost done. Oh no. All right, what I think has gone on, hang on. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. It put 2 flight plans in. Remember when I reloaded? Yeah. When we see NVAR is when it will be at the end. Okay, so RJAA is good to have. We're going to have to do it again. Remote. Got to do it again, and I'll show you why. Technically, I don't, when you really boil it all down. There should have only been 30 something, and we had nearly 60. We get to RJAA, we will already have switched off INS. We will be tracking VOR, actually ILS. So technically not a huge issue. Oh, you didn't see any of that. So now 35, I believe it said. And it didn't lose where we were. Now I think it does here. Yeah. That's good. Melon, we're headed to Melon. So we'll type M, E, enter. Okay, and we are still on course. Now looking for 13.1. Let's see if that'll tune in. Boom. All right, so we're getting Arabu, ONC, and when should we be able to? All right, and as these come in, come out, we'll look for some more of these islands way south of us to help come in, save the day. As we approach what I'll call the main island of Japan. So that's the hardest part of this plane. That, and when you do long distance flying. Now, granted, Hong Kong to Tokyo wasn't bad enough to have, more fuel than we did. Now, when we get above 30,000, 40,000, I forget what it is, in the center, or in number 1 and number 4, it's filling up the number 2, number 3, until they hit like 70, 80,000 pounds in each. And then the center tank starts. Okay, so really, ultimately, we're talking something on the order of Chicago, Frankfurt, Chicago kind of deal, Rome. You get the deal, crossing the Atlantic or the Pacific. Fuel management then becomes a little tricky. Use the piping they show to help you. That's how I do it. Okay, so we see the center tank when it has fuel. It's going to go into the pipe and then potentially into each of the tanks, depending how your cross feeds are set up. Currently, whoa, what did we, hang on, we got an issue. There we go. That got rid of it. Currently, it's a tank to engine setup, but I don't like closing off one of these outer cross feeds, so I keep them both on. But as you draw down your center tank, when it'll take care of the whole aircraft, believe it or not. But you got to keep the cross feeds open and the pumps off, I believe. It's been a long time since I've had to fly it in that mode. Then, as the center tank gets to 2,000 pounds-ish, we turn this scavenger pump on. And then we begin setting it up so that tanks 1 and 4 are not burning. So we keep those pumps off. All cross feeds open. And then that way the fuel from 2 and 3 get into the outer tank, into the outer engines. See what I'm saying? You follow the pipes, it makes sense. So, and then once we're within 3,000 to 4,000 pounds of what's in main 4, main 1, when we're in a long haul situation, we then turn the pumps on. I know, I can hear people going, you're not supposed to turn pumps off. Yeah, you do in the 7.4. That's why you monitor. That's why I've got engine gauges here. You monitor. And then when you start your descent, you open your reserves. Theoretically, you want less weight and fuel out on the tips than you do towards the center of the plane where the strength is. So, anyway, very down dirty look at it. Again, follow your piping. It really helps. All right. So how are we doing down here? Okay, so that VOR has gone out of range. Let's see what we can find. Okay, 113.95 AME is what we're on now. Okay, worst case scenario, we'll have maybe one more to hook on to before we start pulling in the mainland. That's right, the mainland. We still got a ways to roll up. Well, not mainland as you think. Main Japan. Japan is a series of islands, if you didn't know. And we've been basically pulling VORs off of different islands along our trek up to here. You don't get this when you're out over the Atlantic or out over the Pacific main parts of the water. You just don't. But if you do, you get them so you can get a quick update and try to get that INS up to date. So when it starts drifting, which will be almost immediate, but it's just ever so slightly, you're just hoping for the next one, which could be 3,000 miles away. Especially over the Pacific. Now we put it to altitude hold. Couple of reasons. One, if I accidentally bump it and move it to whatever, the aircraft doesn't change. So that's really the main reason. And then when we get ready for our initial descent, we'll move it back down to select. Now, Venus, we plan to be at 220 and 11,000 feet. Now, transition is 13, I believe. 13 or 15? Huh, okay. Split hairs, 14,000. So, we'll get that dialed in. Weather currently in a good old Tokyo, broken 800, TC Used, towering cumulus. 3,400 foot overcast, broken at 800. So 800 is the ceiling. Rain, 9,000 meters. All of this is important to make note of. Broken at 800, visibility 9,000. Winds 340 at 23. That's pretty strong. Dang, it's a good system going through here. Coming up, everything will remain the same. Could drop to below, let's see, broken 3,000 temporarily, or 300. So we'll kind of play this one by ear. But definitely 3-4. Oh, man. What I'm laughing at is we were not getting an update from 115.4. I'm not even going to try to pronounce TGE for the VOR. I changed it for a couple seconds, moved it back, boom, started updating. I know, it moved into just that sweet point, and that's when. Oh boy. You gotta love flying sometimes. Little things like that make you go, what the heck is going on? Some would say, me? What the heck is going on? All right, so we are currently about an hour and 10 minutes or so out. We've got our arrival planned, and we're ready to start thinking top of descent in about 40-ish minutes or so, unless, of course, something comes across saying otherwise. So I am just going to sit back, relax like you are, enjoy this flight, folks. And we will, you know what? We never set transition. By the way, I'm a little remiss. I actually took a little bit of downtime last night. That's why you didn't see anything about this flight until today. Kind of recuperating, trying to get rid of this cold. And I watched a movie on Netflix yesterday. Deepwater Horizon. Now, it's a true story. Well, how did they put it in the beginning? I can't remember. But the events are of a true story. Now, whether what happened, I think, is the gist of what the initial statement was, is up for debate. If you're not familiar with the Deepwater Horizon, think back 2010 and an oil rig bursting into flames and many gallons of oil dumped into the Gulf of Mexico back then. Will be nice. Personally, it is the Gulf of America to me. But anyway, will be nice. And a really, really great story. Mark Wahlberg's in it. What was her name? Can't think of who played his wife in that one. But, it's like right there, I can see the face. I can't put the name to it, dang it. But anyway, what a great movie. I highly recommend penciling out 2-ish hours. I'll be honest, I don't know how long it was. But it was really, really good. And, man. A disaster that I don't know if it could have been prevented or not. I think it probably could have, but man, wasn't a good day for BP, I'll say that much. Kate Hudson. Kurt Russell was in it as well. Gina Rodriguez, sorry. And just like I said, what a movie. So, Kate Hudson, that's who I was trying to think. So if you get a chance, it's on Netflix, Deepwater Horizon. I learned a few things that I didn't know about oil rigs. Kinda did, but kinda didn't realize how it worked. So, I'll tell you this much, and I'm going to give a little spoiler alert. The opening scene was not opening, but in the beginning, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be that helicopter pilot landing on that helipad. Just not. Oh. But there are things in that movie I just did not know. Like that big heliport. Again, in the beginning, did not know that even is a thing, and lo and behold, it is. So there's going to be some things you're just going to shake your head at and go, wow. But yeah, landing on an oil rig, no. Although, as we saw yesterday, FlightAware, in its infinite wisdom, had Allegiant Airlines A319 landing on a helipad. $400 miles away or 300 miles away from where it really was planned to land. Why not? If you want to get the full scoop on that, check out yesterday's video over at YouTube. Oh my, are you serious? I did not hit enter. I certainly did. Wow, and I'm just now catching it. Oh boy. Well, you know, welcome to Flying with Mike. I always forget something. Did I even load the passengers? All right, we're out of range, so let's try to bring in 13.3, I think it is. Oh yeah, we should be able to. All right, and we're good for that one for a little longer. And looking ahead, 15.2 will be next to put in. So hope your week is going well. I know mine is. I've taken the week off in between jobs. If you haven't heard, I took a new job. Starts next Monday. What that will do to streams? Well, I guarantee you next Monday's normal stream will not happen. That's the first thing it does. But beyond that, we'll just kind of see how things go with the stream, with the work. Their priority. And if we are up to it, we'll put a stream out that night. Otherwise, it's full-time work, 8 hours. So we'll just have to see. But yeah, we are back and working as of next Monday. Took this week off to help get the bones back in line and stuff from kneeling and bending. And all that we did on our feet over at the grocery store. Nothing against them. That's just the way the job is. And good luck to whoever they find to take that position. I've seen what they're advertising. I'll be honest, had they advertised that 9 months ago, I don't know if I'd applied. But they didn't, and that's just how the cookie crumbles. But as of the 9th of March, we'll be driving all around St. Louis and maybe outside the area a little bit in a little delivery van delivering parts. Go from standing 6 hours solid to at least getting a chance to sit down, kick my feet up, relax. Even though it's driving, to me, when I drove the semi many years ago, right now probably 25 years ago, you know, the one part, it took a little bit sometimes to ease me back into reality was to just drive the open road. And that helped me out a lot when I drove the semi. Granted, I'm driving the streets of St. Louis. Yeah, I know. Take your life in your own hands going on those streets, but God will get us through. He got me through all the back-breaking days I just went through for the last 8-9 months. He'll be there to see me through safely through the streets of St. Louis. I probably could make a movie on that. But he's the captain. He's who leads. He'll find us a way through, and we'll make our deliveries like I've been known for when I drove the truck on time. If there is even a time limit. Don't know. I'm trying to keep any external knowledge of the job to a minimum and come into it blind, if you will. Other than the fact, okay, I know how to drive. All right. But like I said, the status of the stream, well, we'll just kind of take it day by day once we start the new job. Doc, that's a good way to get your nose and your feet hurt, being close to the wheels like that of this chair. Poor pup. Interesting. All right, so about 60 miles once we cross Billy, we'll start looking to top a descent, which means we are actually getting kind of close. There we go. All right, we'll start trying to get our best that we can through here. But if we cross 112.9, we're not going to have much more to keep us in line here. We'll have one or two more. But yeah, we're starting to get to where we're at the end, and that's what we like. Folks, I want to say thank you for flying with us today. We are probably about 120 to 140 miles from top of descent, maybe 200 at the most. So we're getting close to our destination. Thank you. I really do appreciate the support we've had during this hiatus, really from full-time work since May of 2024. And even though we had part-time work, and again, I am not knocking that place. They put up with me and I put up with them. And they're a good bunch of people to work for. Very God-fearing, and I just needed full-time work. And I kind of, in the back of my mind, as much as I fought it off not to drive, kind of felt that's where I'm going to end up because, well, that's kind of what I do. is drive. Anywhere from drive people crazy to no. Anyway, but I want to say thank you all. We'll begin the evaluation process next week of how streaming will look after we start the new job. It'd be useless to do it now. All right. We are about 3 or 4 fixes away from top of descent. So I hope you're ready. We're coming into Narita. Current weather there, IFR conditions. 16 minutes ago, 6,000 on the visibility. Broken at 600, broken at 900, overcast 1,000. Showers, drizzle, mist. Yeah, towering cumulus. So mass hysteria. No. And for now, we're going to plan an auto land on this forecast. Checking minimums out. As long as we're 550 meters or greater, we're good. 200 feet, we're good. As long as that doesn't drop under 200. Then I may have to look. Do we even have? Should I know they? Interesting. By that, there is no Cat 2, Cat 3 for this runway, which is odd. Every time I seem to come in, we're coming in this way. Now the pickings are getting... Oh, there we go. Okay, I was going to say, pickings are starting to get slim again for VORs. As we come up to Ottawa here in Japan, then Billy, and then about 60... what did I computate? About 90 miles to Venus, where we'll be at 11,000. Again, SIVA and LTN can only control LNAV, lateral navigation. FMCs, most of them can handle vertical navigation as well. You, the pilot, are going to have to control it here. The good thing is we have a good ILS, hopefully, into Narita. I'm shocked it's not level 3, but, you know, hey. The winds are definitely not conducive to flip around to 1.6 to get it. They are, as of 24 minutes ago, 340 at 26. Good news, down the runway. Bad news, pretty strong down the runway. So it could be a little tough getting the plane to seat. Okay, we got a 90-mile-ish run to Billy. Okay, 80. Wait a minute. Ground speed is near 600 knots. So this ought to be fun watching this wind switch around on us as we come down. Oh, excuse me. So I hope you've enjoyed coming out of Saitek in instrument conditions. And we're going to be coming into instrument conditions at Narita as well. Not a lot to be seen out the windows, even on a daylight flight like this one. Poor pup. All right, we are crossing Billy. Okay, we got about 180 miles to Venus. So at about 100 miles from there, we will begin our descent. All right, here comes the cloudiness again. Speaking of all this lovely weather, what's our temperatures? 4. Okay, so we'll run wing ice as well. Okay. Once we get up here to Rutus and we start headed to Venus, we'll dial in our ILS frequency. Currently 120 miles. So in about 20 to 30 miles, we'll be setting up our top of descent. It's been a pleasure flying this today for y'all. It is always fun to go into Narita. I even have a better time into Saitek. Today would be challenging. We took off. There was 700 overcast. I don't even know if that's legal to come back to. All right, let's get ready. All right, we're going to hold the music here as we begin the descent to Rutus and then over to Venus. And we're going to... All right, we're going to hold about 300 knots as we begin our descent. Rutus is about 50 miles off the nose. No weather showing up on the radar, even though there should be. Rain is in the area. But here we go. Okay, one last check here. 14 minutes ago, 35023, 7,000 rain, 600 broken, 700 overcast, 4 and 3, and we could get as low as 500 before. So we'll kind of watch what we're doing. 200 is our minimum mark. All right, so here we go. Again, always make sure you see altitude select lit up yellow. All right, let's okay, we are tuned into Narita, so that will help. Not the ILS frequencies yet, but all right, so let's head over here. Start moving the fuel. Okay, and we're through 30. Get down into the 20s before I start moving pressure. $13,100. 130. All right. Temperature 4. Three 35023. Interesting. Oh, we're finally getting some returns. Okay, now. Okay, now it's time. Not yet. We got a good 20 mile to go.
cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Cabin ready.
All right, we are lining up for Tyler.
Flaps 5. $10,000.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
On.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Outer brakes.
Medium.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Altimeters.
1013. Set and cross-check.
Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Localizer alive.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. This. Off. EPR computer. This. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
Level off.
Narita traffic, Clipper 22 heavy, approximately 20 miles southeast of the field, inbound 34 left ILS, over Tyler.
Flaps 10. Flaps 20. Gear down.
Okay, we're doing the ice check here from here to Cosmo, and then we're on the glide slope.
Gears down. Green light. Flaps 30.
Landing checklist.
Gear.
Down and check.
Down and check. Flaps.
Flaps 30.
Flaps 30. Spoilers.
Armed.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Anti-skid.
Check.
Altimeters. 1008. Set and cross-checked. Landing checklist completed.
All right, Narita traffic, Clipper 22 over Cosmo, approximately 10 mile out. ILS 34 left. Okay, we are set up auto land, both on land, and we're good. Okay, so currently 2,300. "32 minutes ago, 7,600 broken." Okay. 7,000 meters on the visibility.
Auto land status arm.
Narita traffic, Clipper 22, 4-mile final, 3-4 left. Auto land.
We'll
1,000.
be landing shortly. Please make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened.
Okay, breaking out at 1,000, no runway yet. Still got a ways to go. Runway in sight. And Narita traffic, Clipper 22, broke out 900 feet. Landing.
Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink.
Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Pull up. Pull up.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Check reverse. Out, off, reverse. Auto brake off. 60 knots.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination airport. Please remain seated until the captain has switched off the fasten seatbelt sign.
Narita traffic, Clipper 22 off at Alpha 5 to parking.
Flaps up.
Okay, we are taxiing in.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Outer brakes.
Off.
Ignition.
Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Standby.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
7 units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. This. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Let's see. Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
Parking brake set.
Okay, APU's up and running.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on. Cabin crew, disarm slides.
Chocks are on. Ground power connected.
Cabin crew, doors may be opened.
Be careful when opening the luggage bins, as hand luggage may have shifted during flight and could fall out. Please check the seat pockets for personal belongings. On behalf of the captain and the entire crew, we would like to thank you.
Okay, everything is set. We got one more set of checklists to go through, and we'll be completed with this flight. Hang on a second. Get rid of that. All right. That was a fun flight. Pretty good landing. Broke out at 900. That's always a good thing. All right. So
All right, secure cockpit checklist.
Brakes.
Parked.
Beacon lights.
Off.
INS.
Align.
Probe and window heat.
Hold on. Off.
Back valves. Check. Fuel boost pumps. Let's see. Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
all right, that is it. I believe the rest is if we terminate, and we're not going to. So here, well, yeah, we are, but we're not going to run it. So there you have it. We have somebody parked over there, don't know who. And we're parked right where we want to be. That way we can go north, not too far of a taxi, or south, not too far of a taxi. All right, let's take a look at this, shall we? Let's complete the flights and submit it. And the survey says, whoa. Well, my boss ought to be happy with that one, I think. Hang on. Yeah, that's the right flight. Looks like about 48 feet a minute. And it looks like, yeah, we landed 48 feet a minute, 1.3 on the G's, and about 2,100 feet down the runway. And according to the chart, looks like we were on the center line, or pretty close to it. So that's actually not bad. Awesome, and it's accepted even better. All right, so with that, I know y'all couldn't see that. My apologies. That part, yeah, we can't really show easily. All right, however, we can go to our trackers, Elevatech. Here's kind of sort of what we had, except it's now up here. So we'll go here to flights. All right, so you can see our takeoff. Now it showed us going off track real quick, so I don't know if that's true or not. It's possible. But landing rate 52 feet a minute at 116. 1.1 on the G's. So let's zoom in, find out where Elevatech shows us. Should be pretty close. Let's see, 1,000, 1,500 to about 2,500 feet down the runway. Not bad. And on the center line. And we ended up in spot 42. So not a bad deal. Let's confirm all of this. with the official scorekeeper, Sim Toolkit. Now, we've not had some good luck with some of the runway rendering, so we'll hope for the best here. 210. Okay, 116, 1G. Hey, that's kind of been the standard here, so that's not bad. And I'm liking the under the 100 feet a minute on the main tracking devices of the airline. Details. 3.5 hour flight, 1,590 miles, 36,700 kilograms. Like I said, 1.1 G, 210 on the feet per minute, 116. Well, we got a job for a couple more days at least. 2,400 feet down the runway, 8 feet off the center line. That's not bad at all. Give you an overall shot here. Again, we got off here, worked our way back down, and I believe we're in this one. So anyway, great flight, great metrics on it. I hope y'all enjoyed. I know I sure did. IFR takeoff in both Saitek and landing here in Tokyo. All right, real quick here, let's deplane them and unload them. All right, so I hope y'all enjoy the rest of your day. We're going to take a break and try to nurse this cold away so that we can definitely start our new job on Monday. Thank you again for your prayers and support during this lengthy unemployment / part-time work. Unemployment for nearly a year. Part-time also nearly a year. So thank you so much. And thank you for being a part of this flight today. Tomorrow, we're going to fly the destination of the month for Millennium and maybe catch another flight. We'll see. But for now, hey, thanks for flying with Mike. It has been a blast, and we'll see you on the next flight.